from typing. So when I type on my keyboard too much, it makes it bounce. I will find a way to stop it. Maybe I need a cushion or something. It's one way to overheat my computer and watch it blow up.
Come on.
Your RAM must hate you right now.
Right.
Your RAM must hate you.
RAM is supposed to be used. I don't know what's wrong with you. I went really Dudley there.
How much have you got?
Not enough. 16 gig, I think. But
Yeah, I'm thinking of upgrading to 32 because of problems like this.
well, the laptop that I'm supposed to be getting, it's got 32 in it and no mechanical hard drives. In fact, it's running on nothing but NVMe. But this thing is ridiculous. There we go. Right. No, still not alive. Right. This is. Come on. As long as I can just switch between tasks, okay. The VM usually runs all right because it sort of everything's allocated. And it runs within its allocation.
Turn it off and on again. Somebody had to say it.
I'm thinking I should have done. Oh, come on. Teams have gone to 2.5 gig now.
Yeah, he's taking the mickey.
Perhaps killing your team sessions and coming back might be.
It might be. I might actually. See what, I'm going to close Teams down and just start Teams again because I think it's been open for about a week. It's probably just leaking memory everywhere. It's still going for it. Right, I'll be back. Okay. Think about dictionaries while I'm gone. That's why.
So who else is annoyed with the delay of Cyberpunk?
I would rather that they released a good game at the end of it, and we have to wait a little bit longer than rush it. To be perfectly honest.
No, I totally agree. That's part of the reason why I pre-ordered with them, because I know that they're going to release it well.
I'd rather wait. It's not unlike studios to rush a game or anything, so even now it'll probably be rushed. It's just
you guys have all got coursework due, right? You should be worrying about computer games.
I know, yeah. You shouldn't even be looking at that.
Yeah, you should be living my life and thinking they've brought out the new A10 for DCS World, and I'm not going to be able to play it for the next 2 months while I deal with you lot. So,
no, I'm just annoyed that they've delayed it again. But I understand why. I mean, the amount of games that I've played that are buggy as hell. One of them being Fallout. Like a lot of the newer ones, like 76 and even Fallout 4. I mean, they're so buggy, it's unbelievable. I'd rather that they took their time and actually worked out the bugs. It's just somewhat frustrating that it's delayed yet again, especially when we were told that there would be no more delays.
So what do you guys know about dictionaries anyway? We were supposed to be thinking about dictionaries, right? What do you guys know about dictionaries?
I think they can be useful, but I find 2D arrays a bit more useful. But I think dictionaries are more of a specific case, use case rather than 2D arrays.
Honestly, I mean, just generally speaking, they some of the stuff that's in chat, they are key value pairs. So yep, there is always a key and a value in a dictionary, always. And they are paired. They have a direct relationship to each other. There's some stuff that you can do in manipulation of dictionaries that you can find in the quick start guide that I wrote for you guys.
Personally, I prefer thesauruses.
Oh God.
I love the fact that you unmuted yourself just to make sure that made it onto the recording forevermore now. You've been immortalised as a thesaurus man.
Personally, I love dictionaries or hash tables or whatever you want to call them. I really like that way of storing and dealing with data. So you're right, a 2D array is useful, but depending on the kind of things you're storing, like dictionaries are great. So if you've got this key value pair and you want quick lookups of data, you can't beat it. You can't beat
absolutely.
it.
I just find dictionaries a more specific use case. They're less often used. You can do most of the things that you'd want to do with a dictionary in a 2D array, but dictionaries make that a bit more easy to use and efficient in some ways, I'd probably say. So dictionaries are good in that sense. If there's something that you need to specifically link to something else, like a key to a certain value, but it depends. You want more than that, you might want to switch to a 2D array.
So somebody said in chat that they take more time to make than arrays, at least in C#. But I don't know in Python. Have you got any ideas, Dan? Like, is it quicker to make a dictionary or?
Always my views on. Hold on.
Couldn't you use a loop to create them anyway, or a pair of them at least?
My views on when we talk about efficiency is this whole premature optimization issue, right? And yes, they might be quicker, right? But we're talking a gnat's whisker, right? Quicker. And for 99.9% of the tasks you're going to do, you don't need to worry about that extra speed, right? To be fair, that's always been my view on it. But in terms of creation, yes, you're correct, Bo. Technically, you are correct. There's extra overhead because they have to hash the values that go into them and stash them in the buckets, right? But works behind the scene with dictionaries. But then you get the flip side of that, where access time's a lot quicker. So a list, for example, to try and find an item in a list is order of roughly n, depending on the type of list you're using and the searching algorithm you're using. A dictionary, it's order of 1, right? Because of the way things are stored. So swings and roundabouts with all of these types of data structures, right? And there are things, as Adam was saying earlier, there are things that times when a list is a better option. There's times when a dictionary is going to be a better option. And again, it depends on the types of data you're storing. So if you're doing lookups, they're brilliant. They're absolutely brilliant. Trying to store lists of data, then an array is going to be a much better option of doing things.
Let's have a look, see if we can get a start on some of this stuff.
Well,
I'm
I
here.
don't know. You're here.
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt because it was a good good description. So we're actually going to look.
Remember to knock once for yes, mate. Knock once for yes.
So someone started recording. So that's going. and we'll jump straight in. I'm just about to get the VM back up, so hopefully that will start any second. I'm going to share my. Oh, James Harvey's got his hand up. James, do you want to ask a question? Thanks, Agnes. Okay, James's hand's gone down again. Right, let's see. Hopefully, things will work quickly enough now to actually get somewhere. So I'm not going to fire up Chrome outside. I'm just going to use Firefox inside the VM, which strangely seems to be a slicker way to browse the web at the moment on this machine. I don't know how that is at all possible, but it seems to be. Possibly something to do with the abstracting away of the hard disk and memory, so that actually it's not swapping as much. I don't know. But what we're going to do is we're going to look firstly through modules and namespaces, and we'll actually use dictionaries in there, and then we're looking at a little bit more at the dictionaries and talk maybe a little bit more around the stuff that Dan was just talking about, or maybe it's covered already, but we'll sort of explore that a little bit and see an example of how we might use dictionaries to convert things to and from JSON. So we're just going with a practical example of where it's a useful data structure rather than worrying too much about the speed, although we will talk about that again. And we've got a couple of breakout sessions, and we've got time for 3 breaks. I've given a little bit more room around the topic so that we're not going to be too rushed. Although now after the reboot, I have to rush a little bit more again, so that's that. And at the end, we've got time for Q&A about the coursework. So I know people have plenty of questions on that. There we go. Nearly, there we go. No, there we go. Right. So I'm going to get Emacs open in 1, as usual. Firefox in another, and a terminal in a 3rd window, and then we'll be ready to go.
There's a couple of people that were unmuted, so I've just gone through and muted them. If you guys want to ask a question, you know what to do. You can unmute yourselves. Just wanted to cut out some background noise.
There we go. Right, chunky terminal. Content, it's the editor. Great. Okay, so scope, namespaces, and libraries. So one of the first things I want to show you is actually that in Python, there's this import this. We'll do this. Okay, so it's called the Zen of Python, and Dan and Adam will know this, but it's actually something we haven't really talked about, but it's kind of interesting because it ends in something that links directly to what we're doing, and it's about the not really a design direction, but some sort of philosophy for the design of Python, which says beautiful is better than ugly. So things should look good. We want to be able to actually see our code and make sense of it. Explicit is better than implicit, so making sure that you always know that something is going to be an actual thing, not just there's going to be some default value that you don't know about. Simple is better than complex. Complex is better than complicated. Okay, so make things simple if you can. If there's something that's complex, then okay, but try not to make it complicated. Look at the difference between those 2 words if you're not sure. Flat is better than nested, and sparse is better than dense. Okay, so make things as easy to access as possible. Don't overcomplicate data structures. Readability counts, which it absolutely does. Special cases aren't special enough to break the rules, although practicality beats purity. So this is about, you know, having one way to do things, the right way to do things, and, you know, all of these different exceptions that you might find in other languages are the kind of thing that Python creators try to avoid. Errors should never pass silently unless explicitly silenced. And in the face of ambiguity, refuse the temptation to guess. So this again, not having default values. There's a lot of languages have undefined behaviors. So quite literally, you take C, C++, you pass certain values into things, and the specification says it's not really defined what that does, right? So it could be anything. There's not much of that in Python. And it goes on. There's a few other things about, you know, how things should be put together. But the last one is namespaces are one honking great idea. Let's do more of those. Okay, so what do we mean by this? In fact, we've kind of been using this all the way through, but like many things in Python, we don't need to know the detail until we get into some depth with this stuff. So we've been using namespaces and we've been doing things in here for quite a while. Well, you remember I typed dir previously, okay, and you've seen me do this, and dir just shows us what's available, what variables are there. And if I said a equals 10 and then did dir, we can now see that a is part of that list of things that's available. And what dir is actually doing is it's listing the things that are in the current namespace, right? So namespace is the place where all the names go. All right, that seems like a really silly explanation, but we're going to go through it a little bit more formally, and you'll see that's a pretty good description of what it is. Okay. So, variables. Remember that we have variables and we have a name. So we did a equals 10, and now we would quite often say that a contains 10. Actually, that's not really what happens. What really happens is there is a table somewhere with a list of names in it, and those names all have another column, which is the location in memory for the thing that's attached to it. Okay, so when we say a equals 10, we're actually saying that a is now a name for a location in memory that contains 10. Okay, so if I said, you know, a equals carrots and b equals a, these are actually the same thing. Okay, those things point to the same piece of text. And how do we find out, you know, where those things are? Well, we can use this function id. This is a little bit of a cheat. In things like C, it's very easy to find the address of something. In Python, you tend not to think like that. We don't try not to go too low level. But in the standard Python implementation, id is the memory address. Okay, so all it's supposed to do is give you a unique identifier for the thing that's pointed to by that variable. Okay, so it's not the address of A, it's the address of that A contains, or A is associated with, and that address is placed in memory. If you're using other forms of Python, so any sort of, you know, the ones that run on the Java VM and things like that, then you might get different behavior, right? So it just has to give you a unique identifier. In CPython, which is this, we know that's the memory address. So ID B gives exactly the same thing. So this unique ID is pointing to the same thing. If I said that B is equal to cheese instead, now the ID of B is somewhere completely different. Okay, so this here, this memory location, is not the same as this one. And here, I've run a little program. You can try this out for yourself if you want to. I said A's, this is some data, and B says this is some more. We've got A and B, and then we look for the positions of them, and then also the difference between them. Okay, and what you see is something like this. Variable A refers to this position, variable B refers to this position, and the difference between them is 80. Okay, so the 80 positions in memory along, it's something slightly different, and you can do some interesting stuff playing with this. So if we said, I'm going to call this memlock.py. I'll try to call it that. There we go. So here is that bit of Python. I'm just going to save it and run it. So You can see here the difference between it is 72, okay? And it's 72, it's 72, and 72. Why we have a different thing? Well, different interpreter, different version of the thing that's being run. So when it was run in here, it was being run from a slightly different version of Python. We can also make changes. If we do something like this, I think is interesting. Depending on the size and the length of the things that you put in, it will change what the distance between them. They'll go into whatever is a sensible memory location. So at this point, we get them quite close together because clearly the first place that we could fit that was one place, and then the next place was 72 long. It's fairly stable once you run it. But if we happen to make one of these a lot longer, so it wouldn't necessarily fit into the same location, they can end up in very different places, or if it's a lot shorter. So we're looking at these locations in memory. And this kind of stuff starts to become really important. The more detail we get into with applications and things, these memory locations will start to become really useful for you on the course. Not necessarily the ones in Python, but thinking about variables in that sense. By the time Dan gets his hands on you properly for the ethical hacking part of things and doing the binary exploitations, you'll be used to this kind of stuff for sure. Right, so this is about whether these things are the same or different. You can also do some interesting stuff. So just let me just swap this for some other code. So here we've got A, B, and C. A and B are two strings. C is set to be equal to A, and then we look at the position of each of those. So we'll run that. We'll run that, and we can see that A is in this position, so it ends in 104. B ends in 176, that's the position of it. And C, which we said was equal to A, also points to the same place as A. So they're the same object, okay? Python is quite interesting. Dan, I don't know if you knew this, or Adam, but if I set A and B to be equal to the same string, but not say A equals something and then B equals the same thing, but set it to be this same thing, Python will actually point them to the same area of memory. So it doesn't store the same thing twice. And the reason it can do that is because, if you remember, we said strings are not editable, right? So a string is what we call immutable. And because you can't change it, there's no risk that, if I change A, I try and change the values in A, that I'm going to screw up what I expect to be in B, but I didn't tell them to be equal. Okay, so let's just try that then, but with a different kind of data structure. 1, 2, 3, put that in there. 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. Now is A and C are the same, which we expect because A has been assigned here to C, so C equals the same as A. But if we make these two things the same but different, so we create the same list twice, they're still in different places. Okay, so at 192 and 912. All right. So even though with a list I made A and B the same type, same contents of a list, they aren't the same list. All right, and that's important because if I later said, B dot append, just do A dot append, just put a 12 on the end. I'll print them all out at the bottom just to show this. So A, B, and C. You can see that A, which had 12 appended to it, and B are different, even though they started off looking the same, and C seems to show exactly the same contents as A, and that's because they're pointing to the same object. Okay, we said that C equals A. All right, so there's a difference between things that are automatically made into the same object, things that look similar. Okay, so here A and B, they are identical in terms of how we use them, unless you start changing them, and yet Python doesn't see them as the same object, but with strings it would resolve them to be the same object. Okay, so this is a note about names, right? So actually, a lot of this comes down to. Now we're talking a little bit about the scope of things. Okay, so this ugly piece of code here, I'm going to paste in, and you'll see it's not really complicated. It just look particularly pleasant. What we do is we set a to be equal to 1, and we print out start, and then we print out a tab. Right, so that moves across a little bit, a, and an arrow, and then the ID of a. Okay, so there's a lot of those lines. So we're just looking to see when things change. So let's have a look inside an if block. And we'll look inside the if block after we've made a change to what a contains. We'll look after the if block, okay, and see what a contains. We'll look inside a function and see what a contains, okay. So here we go. So to begin with, a is equal to this, and that's ends in 496. Inside the if block still ends in 496. In an if block after we've assigned to it, now it points to a different location. Okay, this is interesting because we made an assignment to this. We've changed what's there, but after the if block, that assignment is still the case. Inside a function is a totally different thing, even though we assigned it. And when we've called that function and come back out, it hasn't changed the value of a. Okay, what that means is that in our code, the only time when we ended up with a being something different was here. So inside here, we assigned something to a, and we found, yeah, that it was a completely different variable. So here it was 1. It was set to 10 here. So if we actually put in a print a here and a print a here, and then a print a down at the bottom, you should find that the first time it's 10, then it's 1. And because this only gets changed inside of this function, it should be back to 10 again afterwards. And the reason for that is that this a is not the same as this a. Okay, so now what we have is a new scope. All right, so a new namespace. You can see it's 10. Inside the function, a refers to this, and outside it refers to 10 again. And so even though they have the same name, they're not what we call clobbering each other. All right. So we can use this. So for a start, you've seen this in many places. It shouldn't be a huge shock. That inside a function, we can create variables, that have the same name as things outside, and it's not a problem. Okay, they are completely separate. We can work with them separately. I just want to show you the one time when this might actually cause you some grief, and it's like this. Okay, so what all I've done is I've said I want to look at the ID of a before I make this assignment and see what happens. Okay, then I want to have a guess what happens.
They're all talking about extensions too much right now, James.
Okay.
Would it be an error thinking it doesn't exist?
It is, yeah. Okay, so it's referenced before assignment, and that's because in the code, as you've realised, at this point, that a doesn't exist. Okay, now here's what's strange about it. If I comment out the rest of this function where a is assigned and then used, I'm still referencing a inside that function, but now I have no problem. And I have no problem because unless I create a new copy of it, Python will let me read from the global namespace, the next namespace up, if you like. And so it's at the point that I make something into a local variable that it becomes locally scoped. And that's something to be aware of. The best solution to this is not to use global variables inside your function. Okay, so it's generally considered a bad idea to have anything that affects the internals of your function that just comes from outside randomly. If you wanted to pass a value in, we can do that through parameters. So we would stick to that. Okay. So these seem like to be a little bit of a narrow field, but they can come up quite a lot. So it's just formalizing it a little bit. what we want to do next is we want to talk about how we create stuff inside the smaller scope. So this you've probably guessed here. We had a counter example, so now I'm just going to do it with a constructive example. So A out here, A is assigned in here, print A. Just make sure it works as is. There we go. So A has a value of 1 here, and it has a value of 1 down here. Now let's call the function. So we'll put print A, print B. So you can guess we have A is printed beforehand, A and B are printed inside the function, and then A is printed again afterwards. The values inside the function bear no relationship to the ones outside, as we would expect. And just square in the circle now. So if I put this in, we find that B is not defined. Okay, so just in the same way that if we try and assign something in here, it becomes a new variable, it doesn't exist afterwards. Okay, so A exists because there is an A in this namespace. Okay, so in that scope. B exists in here, but because it was created inside that function, it doesn't have an existence outside of it. Okay, we could have another thing called B out here, and that would be fine.
James, what if you used return? What would happen then?
It makes no difference. If you
Okay.
you can return B if you wanted to. So like you could do something like this, and then you could you could see what was in there, but B still doesn't exist at this point. The value that comes out of something will be the value that B has, but it doesn't actually pass B itself back. It's just the value. Okay. Does that make sense?
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
So would that mean that if you say passed a variable, say A, through the function and then tried to like get the ideal of it, it would be the same as the one outside of it, or would it be something different?
Okay, so let's do that. So we'll put A in here. Let's just get rid of all of this, and so what we'll do is we'll print that out, and I'll pass A. Okay, so let's see what we get. It says 1 in the function, it's equal to 1. We haven't got a B at the moment, so let's take that line out to just keep it clear. So 1 before inside the function, A is equal to 1, and then outside is equal to 1. But if I said inside that A equals 10, I've changed what the value is, but that name is still local. Okay, that A here is just saying whatever you put in here, I will call A. This is saying I want you to put the value of the thing I call A. Neither of them are actually passing the name A through. It is only the value. That makes sense? Or the reference to the value more clearly.
Yeah.
Okay. So we can put these things. Excuse me.
Please be a print caller. That'd be amazing.
Almost certainly will be.
Adam and Daniel, can I just ask you guys a quick question?
Sure.
I know we can use print inside a function. Why do we use return? Is that so that function can be used outside it as well?
Yeah, that's the idea, or at least the value can be. Does that make sense? You're literally passing the value from inside of the function out with the return statement, but you're not actually passing the variable itself.
Right. Yeah, brilliant. Got you. Thank you.
That's correct. Yeah.
And these kinds of things, they seem like very narrow cases, but they are the kinds of things that as you go through, you're now going to start on things, certainly with the next project and the next coursework, where you're going to be passing a lot of values backwards and forwards. You're going to be using a lot of functions. You're going to make some objects, and it's important to start looking at these things in more detail. Now you've had a chance to sort of try a few things and get some stuff working. We're going to be starting to put ourselves in situations where we're going to need to be a little bit more specific about what we mean, and a bit more careful about how we pass things backwards and forwards. So,
I've got an interesting question. I don't know how to answer here, James.
go on.
Can we use return functions? Can we use return outside of a function? Is that a thing? Is that a way to?
No, it's not. It's not a thing.
I didn't think it was either. Just but I wanted to make sure because
So
It's
Python
nice.
actually just says, look, return outside of the function. It's not it's not a valid thing. So, and that's the sort of scope issue. Now, namespaces. So we actually have another use for this. So scope is one aspect, and scope is about where things exist. So the set of names that you have access to is different, and I'm going to illustrate it just quickly in here with something a bit different. So I'm going to do. You can actually print out what you find in dir. So dir actually returns a list. So I'm going to do for I in dir. Oops. So there you go. So in the function, what's not working? Oh, there's not really a lot there. So let's make a variable.
main is treated as a namespace, isn't it, inside Python?
Yeah. So you've got everything has a name, and main is the one that's on the outside. That's how we use that. If name is equal to main. So let me just make this a little bit prettier. You can actually see how things are. So what we've got is a function set C to be equal to 119. It prints out in function just so we know where we are, and then it shows you all the things that it sees in its namespace. Okay, so all the things that exist there, and then outside the function we have the same thing, same loop, just to see what's there. All right, so we're going to see the outside first, then the inside, because this is where the function's called. All right, so clear screen and run it. Outside the function we have all of these bits and pieces. So a something, so that's the function itself. These are also bits of like metadata, which we're not really concerned about right now. And then inside the function we see C. Okay, now inside that function we should also have access to A, and we do. Okay, and that's what's happening is when we use A inside the function, it checks to see what's in its namespace. And if there's nothing there, it will go to the next level of scope up and look in that namespace. Okay, so anything that's inside the function also has access to all of these. Okay, but not the other way around. Now, the place where this becomes much more important is when we have lots of functionality coming from different places. Okay, so we've got the small problem, which is still a big deal, but the small problem in the sense that, in our own code, where are our variables and our names visible to and from? And you can see from here, it's to do with, whether they're inside functions or whether they're, defined inside other blocks of code. The other thing that happens, though, the larger problem, is you have functionality coming from other places. So we're going to look through the turtle module. So we're going to look first at this. So this is the first piece of code that comes from there, and I'm just going to So, for turtle, this is a library that comes with Python. Turtle.reset, turtle.forward, turtle.right. So it's going to draw a square. It's going to go forward by 100 pixels, and we'll see this running. So first of all, I'm going to run it so you can see what it is that we're doing. Okay, draws a square. It's quite a nice module. Anyone that's done turtle graphics previously will recognise this. It's a very simple thing to allow you to programmatically move a turtle around on screen, virtual turtle, and leave a line behind. So what do we know about this now? Well, when we say import turtle, what we've added to our local namespace is turtle, okay? And that refers to the turtle module. Now, we call them sometimes libraries and things, but in Python, the correct terminology is a module. A module is a collection of things. Can be through a file or a whole directory if you want to package them up. But rules roughly follow the same pattern, which is that they have name, and the things that are inside are addressed as part of that namespace. Okay, so in our global namespace, we now have turtle. Turtle itself has a namespace, it's a module, and inside that we have things like reset. So turtle.reset is our path, if you like, into that namespace. We can, and you'll see this in other places, we could say from turtle import reset forward byte. And then we can do this. Okay, so we can actually import things from one namespace, so from turtle into our current namespace. Let's just check that still works. And it does. And you might be thinking, well, for a lazy person, James seems to be quite happy to have typed out turtle a lot to do this. And actually, this is one of those occasions when I am, right? Because what you don't want in the general case is to pollute your namespace with stuff from other places. Okay, you've got reset, forward, right, but reset what? What if you're also using something to do network programming and that reset support? Then what? You've now got two things that reset. Should the person that wrote the turtle module and the person that wrote the networking module, should they have collaborated to make sure only one of them used reset? Well, that seems like a lot of effort, and it means that writing modules and third-party applications is going to get really, really difficult, because you would never be able to do anything without checking with everyone else that name wasn't used. And so you might end up with reset becoming a really complicated name, like turtle reset. And as soon as you get to that point, you realize you might as well have just been writing turtle.reset. Okay, so it's about keeping things tidy. By saying turtle.reset, know that means just reset the turtle. And why would we actually find ourselves doing something different? Well, we can put something else in place. So let me just save that. So I've put that in the same directory. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to import the Terrapin module. And instead of doing turtle.reset, I'm going to do terrapin.reset. Okay, now terrapin.reset actually has another parameter. Okay, so hopefully I can run this now. Oh, and look at that. We now have a border and we get a title in the corner. Okay, like as if it's like a drafting sheet. And then we can still draw our stuff on top. So if we had imported these into the global namespace, we wouldn't have known whether we were going to get Terrapin reset or Turtle reset when we try and call them. These things together, it's not a problem. Okay.
James, just to got this right. So where you've got import turtle, import terrapin, that's classed as the global namespace. And then with turtle.forward, we are calling the namespace to use that for this particular task.
You're saying, so turtle.forward means inside the turtle namespace, access the thing called forward. Yeah?
Right, okay.
So, and I could even go forward like this, and then go, right, turtle.forward by whatever distance you told me, but also I could use it to set the color. So I think it's like that. So that's this colour on the outside and for the lines, this colour for fill, which we're not going to use at the moment, and then I'll set it to black afterwards. I think.
James, you've misspelled forward.
Oh, thank you. I actually wrote that in Black Country, which is not intentional. So what I could hopefully do then is say my forward function. We'll do it in blue, right? For this one, let's hope we got that right. Yeah, it did. Oh, I also put the star in. I was about to do that when we started talking. So now you can see that first line is blue. So I could go, forward 100 in blue, forward 100 in red, forward 100 green. And I'll leave the last one as turtle.forward so that we can see that they're all still there. And this helps us to make sure these things can coexist, because we don't get confused over which one we call them. Okay. I'm just going to delete these now. Well, and I'm going to uncomment this odd star. Okay. It's odd because it draws an odd number of points on a star. There we go. So we can also import things that don't exist. It's not just things that have names in other places. Don't think there's anything inside Turtle called odd star. So how do we make that module? Well, you were using these and you've already seen this stuff happening, but we didn't really use any of the right terminology. We just sort of said, look, that's how you get this stuff in, copy and paste, and off you go. It wasn't the topic. Well, you've used it with Brutus, you've used it with the transcoder as well, with the testing. And the way it works, it's very simple. You have a file. You can put the comments at the top to explain what it is. You can give it an official name. So this is the metadata for this is name. And you can then define the things that you want, and they just become part of that namespace. So these are just functions. You can see they're really, really simple things. Nothing complicated about it. But if we were going to explore what it looked like from inside Python, import Terrapin, and then help Terrapin, you can see help on module Terrapin. Okay, and it actually gives you this, name as part of the thing. Why is it not showing my? I have to list them, I think, don't I? If I take this out, Terrapin, help Terrapin. You can now see I've not really made it a proper module with a name, and it just automatically adds all the stuff for me. Okay, so you can adjust the way these things work. So you can see, it just gets the name of the class, but it does automatically put the stuff in. The other thing we can do, our Terrapin, and you can see here you've got odd star, reset, and turtle. Okay, so if I import turtle, I've got Terrapin and turtle, and turtle is that module, and you can see where it's from, and terrapin.turtle is the same thing. Okay, so the namespaces can actually have multiple levels. Okay, so terrapin.turtle.reset will do the turtle's reset. Okay. One more quick example. This one is using the requests library. So this is not really so much a thing about namespaces, but preparation for next week when we start properly on the project. I was going to structure this around the project as well, but I realised that many people are going to be working on coursework rather than paying attention, so we might as well wait until next week for the full-on project. I'll call this just getter.py for now. So this library is called requests, and requests is one of those other brilliant bits of Python. So it's a chunk of tools for fetching web pages and interacting with them, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff with it. So in its most basic form, we import requests, and then we can use request.get. It's also request.post and request all kinds of other things with a URL, and it will fetch that. And then the result of that, I'm storing it here in something called r.text is the content. I will take this bit out on here. I've put it as 500 just for the example, because otherwise it would be the entire source code of the Coventry University webpage all embedded in here, which would be long and boring. So I call this getter, so Python 3 getter, and you can see it downloads the website really simply. Okay, so you can see why I wanted to cut it short. So that's really handy, but we can also pass in parameters. Okay, so if you go to a website and it's got the question mark and the names of things on, you can also do that. So go here, for example. So the payload here is name James species snapping turtle, and when we run it, this is the response we get. It says, "Hello James, what an impressive snapping turtle you are. If you're a dog called Dave, I'd give you a treat." Okay, so you can see that we can pass in that data, and we're passing it in simply through this dictionary up here, which we'll talk more about after the breakout, as the parameters that go into this request. Okay, so having access to these kinds of modules, is something that we've seen all the way through, but we're starting to get to the point where we're going to be using a lot more of them. So we've been talking about namespaces, and we've been talking about scope, so that we can more properly understand where variables are in our code. Anyone have any questions on these things just yet?
There's been some interesting questions that I've been answering, but it might be interesting to hear your thoughts on it as well, James.
Go on.
One of them is about can there be namespaces in namespaces? So nested namespaces.
Yes, and we've already seen it. So if you looked at terrapin.turtle, that's a namespace within a namespace. So you can.
I said in the chat as well that that's where like secure programming starts in some ways. If you use namespaces effectively, you can do all sorts of interesting things with programming.
Yeah.
It's also how antiviruses are created. So if you guys want to have a little chat about antiviruses at some point, you can come and chat to me outside of the lectures.
So it's also, I mean, when we talk about like secure programming and things like that, the thing about namespaces is you're not going to accidentally be using the wrong thing. You're going to keep things organized. You're not accidentally, you're partitioning your code up. All of these things stop you from writing monstrosities that are full of holes.
Yeah. We had ideas about if you just put reset in without any other of the pre-turtle stuff, what would happen? Yeah.
Exist.
Yeah, exactly.
So I could do import turtle, or if I did from turtle import reset, and it just works in the global namespace. But that's probably a bad idea because lots of things want to be called reset.
Yeah. Yeah, that's there was also some talk about the dunders, the double underscores, and I said those things are in every object in Python, and pretty much everything's an object.
Yes. So
are they always namespaces?
No, they're just metadata about things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so almost everything will have some of those dunders in there. So let's say we look in a global namespace and we find all this kind of stuff. So we can look at them. This is the if name equals main thing. That's where that comes from. If we were inside a module, it'd be the name of that module. We will get on to making modules in later on. We're just using them at the moment, but we'll get on to making them properly later and how we set them up properly. But you can actually also Python module name, I suppose, might be. There we go. So the documentation, Python documentation is great anyway.
It is great, yeah. So good news, guys, I didn't lie to you. Yay!
Is it better to call them libraries or modules, or is it personal preference?
So I would just call them libraries. When we're talking about collections of code, library is a general term that we use in almost every language to mean a library of stuff. So that could be a DLL, it could be a Python object file, or a shared object or something like that, or a properly made library. It doesn't really matter. We know what we mean. The actual terminology can be different in different languages and for different things. We actually have packages and modules in Python, which we'll get into at some point, the difference between them and how we build even more structured things. But for now, I'd say just library is fine, module is fine. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah, no other questions then, by the looks of things. Breakout sessions?
Breakout session. So the breakout session is to extend the Terrapin module to add a new function of drawing a shape of your choice. So I just want you to go and try the stuff. The code is all here. This you can get from Aula, or just go to the usual place. It's been the same place for past few weeks. And I'll paste. Oh, maybe that's I have to fire up a web browser to paste it in chat. Maybe just go to Aula. I think I'm not going to risk firing up a web browser. At least not one outside of there. And then make a shape of your choice. Think about parameters. So you can see in my code. In my code, I just did something to do a star with an odd number of points. So make something different. Could be a rectangle with width and height. Maybe you want to set the color. You can see here how to change the color. Could have parameterized that, would have been better. Maybe you want to be able to draw a square at any angle. So you start off in a particular angle. Just have a think about the kind of thing you might want to do. And it's quite fun if you draw a shape and then just do a loop that does that same shape 360 times, moving right by 1 degree each time, or do it 10 times and move 36 degrees in between each one. You can make patterns really easily once you've got that.
Fractals.
Fractals. If you find that really easy, go and have a look at this website, because this seems to be the sort of the nicest description. And if you can create a function that does this, and then use that function to do the lines in between, you'll make a fractal. Don't try this if you're not rushing through the other stuff. This is not meant to be there's as the second thing you do. This is the thing if you want to challenge, because you've done the other stuff by the time I finish talking. Okay.
One other question is: are we going to use Turtle in the next assignment?
No, it's not a requirement for assignments. I as yet have found 0 uses for the Turtle module in a cybersecurity context. If anyone does think of one, please let me know, because that would be awesome. But I really can't think of one. It's really useful to see some visual output from what you're doing. Okay, so good for these kinds of exercises, not necessarily for projects.
You could use it as a distraction. Here, look, fractals.
That's
connect it to the output of SQL map or something, and get it to draw pretty pictures as it pones it for you. So job done, man.
Hey, you could use it to output directory structures and things. Yeah, you could actually. Okay, so there you go. If you draw the fractal really quick, then your next job is to write a recursive file system checker and draw it in Turtle. Although
could you use it for visualizing ECC cryptography?
I can't think how, but to be honest, if you were going to do anything like that in reality, this wouldn't be the library to do it with anyway. You'd be much better off using something that's made for drawing proper diagrams, or if you wanted something that's doing graphics, an actual graphics library. So there's stuff out there that you can use to do graph drawing and stuff, but it wouldn't be this.
Truth be told, if you're testing elliptic curves, you're probably going to use a lot of statistics to do it, and I would probably use NumPy anyway, and just not use turtles, basically.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go Where's my table? I'm going to put these in the right order as well. So libraries and modules. So we're going to have the breakout. We're going to spend 20 minutes on the breakout, and then we've got a break of 15. So you kind of got half an hour really to do a break and the work, and we'll sort of drift in and out of the other sessions. So I'm going to get out of my VM, pop to here. So we'll all go into our usual places. Whichever troop you're in or decide you would like to be in, feel free to go to that one. Also, if you want to have break, this is now the time to do it, and then in half an hour we'll come back for the second part. Okay, so that'll be
So 10-2, right?
10 to 2. Better deal. Right, I'll see you in the troop thing. I might wander through depending on how busy they are.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. See you shortly.
Ciao for now.
What troop am I again, Adam? I forget.
James always tells me that I'm in 2, but always second guesses himself.
So that means
So-
I've got to be number 3, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right, I'll go there. If I can work out teams.
If teams will play along.
There we go.
Come on. maybe there's a break to have as well. But I'm sure he said 20 minutes plus a 10-minute break. So, well, I'm back. And I'm playing with namespaces. I've discovered a cool exploit that I think we can do with namespaces. So I'm trying to finish putting that together.
Well, now that half an hour is up, I'm back.
Yep.
But the other group is taking its time.
Well, it'll be okay.
Yeah.
Which
I
other
was
group
just
is that?
from James's group, and we always take our time, so I decided to jump out early.
Is it another last minute question? Is that what it is?
Oh, there's normally a bunch of them.
Usually
It's normally more than
conversation.
just one. Yeah, it
Classic.
is.
It's usually just a conversation about something that's not like anywhere relevant, but still fun enough to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I'd mentioned that the half hour's up and that I was leaving in chat, so hopefully they'll notice.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Nudge,
Sounds
nudge,
good.
wink, wink. Know what I mean?
Yeah.
Know what I mean?
Yeah. I gave them all a house tour. Gave them the poor laptop house tour.
Did you,
Yeah.
Adam? I should do
Yeah.
that with my lot. I'll get on the mobile and go round.
I was going to say I should have gone on a mobile. Like I really missed a beat there. But
Although Teams really destroys your data, man. It's
yeah.
like proper greedy.
Well, we were talking about how Teams wrecks your memory.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah,
I think more than a few people are not fans of Teams.
Yeah,
I think,
but
there
it's
has
better
to be
than
some really horrible inefficiencies behind it, like some kind of memory leak or something, because it's just unbelievable. I mean, I've had multiple browsers open with like 20 tabs each, which still use less memory than Teams. How?
well, yes.
I love it. Nav keeps like creating revenue streams off of all the stuff that I'm doing. He's charging for the house tour now.
Is he?
Yeah. It's payable to Nav. £10 a head. We know who you are. You came into group 2. I love it. Mahin's on it as well. The man knows.
Yeah, in Troop 1, we always get sidetracked.
Oh,
I mean, I started talking about how there's the AMD graphics announcement tonight.
is there?
there?
Yeah, about 5 o'clock.
Wow. I shall be.
I would
I
love
don't know.
to. I was going to say I'd love to be engaged with that, but I've got one of my brothers coming round in a bit. He's going to, want my attention. Like, I can't just go, look, I'm nerding out. Please go away. And then I'm sure I'll be answering loads of questions from you guys as well. So
Yeah.
No rest for the wicked.
That's what I need to do.
I'm expecting good things from AMD. From what I've seen, both
Some of the teasers.
public and some of the leaks as well. It looks like it will be directly competitive with the 3080. It will win in some things, but not everything. A lot of people out there are speculating that it might be competitive with the 3090. I don't think so. I think that's a lot of fanboyism that is just going crazy. I don't think it could.
Be nice.
But I think. Yeah.
I said
Go on.
better AMD graphics would be nice because they play so much nicer with
Linux. Yeah, they
you know.
do. Yeah. Nvidia, oh my god, the nightmares I've had to try and get Nvidia graphics working on Arch on more than one occasion.
Tell me about it, mate. My a while before I completely disabled the Nvidia graphics on my laptop, right? Because I've got wonderful Quattro ones, but every now and again it wouldn't go to sleep properly. And I'd be walking down the road and I'm thinking, bloody hell, my back's getting hot. And my laptop, I pull it out of the bag and my fans be going, and it was just like literally, man, like red hot, laptop. I don't think it did it any good.
No.
But I had to kill the NVIDIA settings on it, which means now if I try to do anything like record videos on him, I need to make sure I re-enable them. Otherwise, it tries to do it all in software rendering. And while my laptop's a beast, it's still like, nah. It's like, I'm not having that, Dan. I'm not having that. Like, my laptop's 16 gig of RAM and like octa-core Xeon processor in it. But nah, it doesn't like it.
Well, I found out yesterday that Fallout 4 has an issue with Turing cards where a certain setting crashes it.
Does it?
Yeah. So if you have the weapon debris setting, graphics setting on in Fallout 4, it crashes Turing cards. I was trying to start a new game and run to the vault, right when you start it, and it just kept crashing. I was like, what is going on? And I Google it, and after about 5 minutes, I find out that it has an issue with Turing cards. Why? I mean, to be fair, I think it's more of a Bethesda Fallout issue rather than a Turing issue. But yeah, really weird.
IPython 3, that's what I want. Look, mate, you lot are talking about namespaces. Adam, I've dreamt up a sneaky exploit, right?
Oh yeah.
And I'm trying to make it work. So I'm just trying to get my proof of concept in place.
Okay.
What kind of exploit is it?
It's all to do with namespaces, funnily enough. It's F strings and namespaces because I was faffing and I've realised you can do something quite cool. But I don't know. I'm just trying to make it work.
Well, I'll do the next bit while you play with that. Maybe.
You're back. You're back, James. Mate,
Yeah.
mate, you're gonna like this. I think you are gonna like this. But I'm just trying to make it happen. It's the one I kind of alluded to on Monday or whenever we were talking.
Yes. Right. You do that while I do this. I think. Okay. So jumping back here. Dictionaries. So just to cover the basics and now that we've used them and we've seen them, dictionaries are the things that you use that look like this. So I'm going to call this one stuff, and it's equal to, and we use these curly brackets. Okay, so a quick note on brackets because we keep saying these things and we assume that everyone knows what they are, but just in case, these are actually called parentheses. These things are called brackets, and these things are called braces. Yes, I think it's the right way around. But it's difficult to remember which one's which because they all have a special name. So we tend to call them, and this is pretty much universal, round brackets, curly brackets, and square brackets. Okay, I think that's fairly easy to see why you would call them those things. So in this case, stuff equals, and then we've got the curly brackets. So it's the same as the ones we use inside F strings, but this is a different use. Okay, so this is outside of strings. And what that does is it makes a dictionary. So you can see the type of this is dict. And we can do stuff with it. So we can say stuff, and then a key is equal to some value. Okay, so inside stuff, you can see there it is. And actually, I could have written stuff equals and pretty much put that kind of string in, and it would have made a dictionary, with that key and that value. The nice thing about this is that we can actually have pretty much any type as an index, and any type we like as a value. Right, so I've got one which has a string index and an int value, one's got an int index and a string value, and you can put objects in as the values and all kinds of things. So you can do whatever you like with them. Now, why do we use this? We have lists. So let's say L is equal to a list. We've seen these plenty. These things are always ordered. They are also dense in the sense that there's no list with a gap in it. There's only a list you know, that continues all the way through. So, for example, you can't sort of have L equals 1, 2, 3, and then have some space. You know, they are an ordered thing, and the gap between them in the logical sense, the index, is always going to be 1. Yeah, so the first item is 0, the next one is 1. And in some ways, then you can see that is like a dictionary where you only have ordered integer keys that are always contiguous, right? Which means there's never a gap. So you can't have 0, 1, but nothing in 2, 3, and 4. If you ever need to do stuff like that, the way you would go about it would be to put null in there. So if you had a list like, you know, L equals 1, 2, 7, none, 12, whatever. But they still exist. They're still values, okay? They're just non-values. In a dictionary, we don't have that same restriction. So we don't have to have things in order. In fact, there is no implied order in the keys of a dictionary, okay? So if you look at stuff when it has these things in, it's got J, blah, 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 and then K, 1, 2, 3 is the next one. If I put something else in, let's put in see, they're not really in any order at all. It's pretty much showing them in the order that I put stuff in there, but that's arbitrary. Okay. What we can do though is we can now use this to almost like a record. So we quite often would not have just random things in there. We might do something like, say, person equals a dictionary, and you might put name. Now, so it's key, colon, value, comma, now put another one in, so another key and value. So, yeah. And then we can say person name, and we get the person's name, and we can say person address to get the address. And Dan was talking about this earlier. He's probably gone over all of the detail, but just to make sure it's covered while we're in this section, what behind the scenes, what the dictionary is doing is it's making something called a hash map. Okay, so we talked about hashes and passwords previously. I think I spoke to someone recently about it. These are just functions that we can put data into and get some other value out, which is not related to the original in any easily reversible way. Okay, so we looked at this when we were doing exfiltration and stuff, but let's now have a quick look. Let's say we do data into this, and we get this hash out. If we put the same data in, we get the same hash, but if we make even the slightest little change, so let's say I put in here James, and I'll do it again, I'll say James with a capital S. Oops. There we go. You can see we have very different values coming out, right? So what we're doing with these is we're creating a hash from a value. Now the hash that's used in here is not going to be the same one, but it's going to be one that maps it to a location in memory. And so when we address these things, when we say person name or person address, we don't have to hunt through to find that piece of data. If this was stuff in a list, we'd have to go through and find the correct item. If it's a sorted list, we might be able to do something clever, like use a binary search and speed it up a little bit. But when we've got a dictionary like this, we can just say person address, and Python can take us directly to that value. Now, mostly for this year, we're not concerned about why it's a hash map, whether it's good or bad. The benefits, as you heard earlier, is that it's very fast. The downsides are that you need to perhaps have quite a lot of memory allocated for stuff to go into. You know, you have to have a space for them to actually put the values. Actually is not that much of a downside anymore, you know, with the way Python does it, but that's very much a detailed conversation. What we are interested in is how useful they are functionally. Okay, now what I'm going to show you first is how to do this just in here. Is convert stuff to JSON, right? So we did lots of stuff on converting formats. One of the things that's really useful is to be able to turn things into a format that can be used outside of Python. Okay, so quite often you'll be talking to web services and things like that, and they expect JSON. And we can do that quite easily using JSON.dumpS, so dump string. And what you get out, it looks like the same thing, but actually it is a string that contains valid JavaScript object notation. Okay, so this is the kind of thing you would get on the web that goes into various services and so on.
Can you do it the opposite way around, James? Can you like do person and then James and get name returned?
So if you want, so what you can do, you've got dir person like this, and what you've got is where's it gone? Items and keys. Okay, so person dot items. Oops, sorry. All of the items that are in there. So you can see you're getting each of the things out. Person dot keys will give you just the keys, and person dot values will give you the values. But actually reversing the way around is not necessarily something you can do easily under normal circumstances, because there's no guarantee that people don't have the same address. So you can't say, well, show me that, you know, just flip it round so address becomes the key, because then everyone that lives in the same area will suddenly, you know, which one do you return? You know, which of these things is it? So they always have to be one-to-one, right? So the keys have to be unique. Does that make sense?
Yes. So you couldn't type in just like persons, like person square bracket James, and then it would return back person, or it wouldn't return back the key, would it?
No. You'd actually have to start hunting through. So what you do is you'd be looking through each one and searching for a particular thing. If you need to do that, this isn't the data structure you should be using.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. When you said in reverse, I thought you meant can we convert something from
I was going to say string
JSON
into, yeah.
But we can. So I'm just going to so if I just say J equals this. So J is a string, and let's say we've got that from the web. We can use JSON. So actually, to help JSON, and you can actually see some of the things it can do. So you can see here is dump S for dump string, and I'm sure it's going to have an example of doing it the other way around. Here we go, decoding. See, load S for load string. Okay, so just go JSON dot load S J, and that returns a dictionary. Okay, so Python's got this inbuilt library called JSON, and we can use it to turn things into JSON or make things that are JSON into a dictionary, which is really, really handy. Okay, so what we can do now is combine that with requests. So here you can see I've got ID, which is equal to 1. That's probably a bad idea because I've now clobbered the inbuilt function ID, which we're using. So if I tried to use ID now, like I did before, it would tell me, well, that's a number, not a function. Okay, so that's probably not the greatest thing for me to have done, but I'm not going to be using it for now. So there we go. And it maps across to this. Oh, that's really important. Let's I'm going to call it PID. Okay, so what this is going to do is going to use a request library like before, and it's going to go and get something. That's just a number going on to the end. So this is a fake API. Well, it's not a fake API. It's a real API, but with fake data that you can't actually edit, even if it looks like you can. And it's for testing, things like this again. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to request that, and then I'm going to print out what I get back, and then I'm going to see what happens if I convert that to JSON. Okay, so the request library can do that for us as well, like this, or JSON, and then I'm going to look at the keys. Okay, so this is what comes back. So I get user ID 1, ID 1, title, blah, 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 and the body is, just more random stuff. And the keys in there, so this was the JSON. Now, when it's converted to a dictionary, so this here is saying, right, assume that that's JSON, and then this becomes a dictionary. So data is a dictionary, and that has the keys user ID, ID, title, and body. So it converts that JSON directly in. Choose that nice. And we can also send some. All right. Now for this one, we've got a post. So we're going to make a post which has got title, a body, and a user ID. We also have a header. So when we're interacting with this outside service, I'm going to tell it that the content type of this is application/JSON. And then in here, I'm going to say request.post, and I'm going to go to here into this post bit, and I'm going to give it this data and this set of headers. Okay, so I'm going to show you this run first. Okay, and data not defined. Oh, we've got that. Where's data? There we go. So we can see there's the text. So we're sending in this, and it says, "Yep, you successfully made a post." It has an ID. It's based on your user ID. There, so that's 7. The post itself has an ID, and we get that data back. So putting JSON in. So let's take out some of this extra printing. So putting JSON in through this post. So here we said data equals JSON.dumps post, and we set the headers. As it turns out, requests could do a lot of this for us. So this was a slightly contrived example. I could have just said JSON equals and then given it the dictionary, and it will do the conversion for us. So we can hopefully show that we get the same data like this. So that's much easier. And again, we've got this data. We can convert it into proper JSON, and then we can see what it holds and work with, just like we did before. So we can interact with that service without any huge amount of difficulty. Okay, so this is dictionaries. It's one of the most useful things about them is that we can use them to store things with keys. So collecting up data, that's extremely useful on the web because that's how JSON effectively works. And I can show you this. This is the kind of data you get back. So if we just said, get posts, we get this. If I do that with the one that we used before, so to get a particular post, like this one, it's the same thing with the number on the end. Okay. So we're interacting with a web service that is sending JSON back. That's the raw data. That's how this browser wants to show me this in a nicer format, and in Python we can convert this easily into a dictionary. Okay, so hopefully that makes sense. It's a small iterative development on what you've already been using dictionaries for, and you've seen requests. So hopefully that helps. Any questions?
Not so far. They've been chatting about browser wars.
Okay.
Which one's faster? I think Firefox is currently faster than most of them. Edge is built on Chromium, and so
recent updates have put Firefox ahead ever so slightly in both speed and memory usage. So, and I get to keep my privacy, so that's cool.
I see. There you go.
James, JSON, is that actually another language?
No. So well, in some ways it is, but no, it's not really. It's a format for data. Okay, and the format looks very much like what you've already seen. So you can have lists which have square brackets around them, and the data goes along in a sequence, and you can have dictionaries which are the curly brackets and things have names. So if I just go back to here and look at what we got back, but in raw, you can see actually this is a dictionary that has the key user ID with a value 1, the key ID with a value 1, and this which goes there. But you can also have lists. So if I go back to this one, which shows you all the posts, all of them, then what you've got is a list, and then you've got a dictionary inside that list, then another dictionary inside the list, and another dictionary inside it, and so on. So it's not really a language. It is just a sort of way to structure data, but it's called JSON, which stands for JavaScript Object Notation, because just like this is pretty much valid Python, it is definitely valid JavaScript. Okay, so you can actually just evaluate this in JavaScript and turn it into a data structure very easily. And that's why it's called JavaScript Object Notation. But no, it's not a language. If you can make dictionaries and lists in Python, you're pretty much writing JSON anyway, which is why it's so easy to convert from dictionaries and lists with the JSON library.
And its primary use is for the web.
It is, although to be honest, XML was invented to be this sort of general purpose interchange format, right? So the extensible markup language was meant to be, so general purpose you could use it for everything, but it's so heavy that most people tend to prefer JSON, or at least in my experience, anywhere that people would probably supposed to be using XML, you'll probably find they're going to use JSON. So it's not uncommon to find JSON used, locally, for things. You don't necessarily have to be on the web to find it. Let's see if there's see if we can show the difference between the two things. So let's take some of this as an example. So that's JSON, which we can understand quite easily, I think. You can see it's a list. It's got 2 items in it. Each of this is a dictionary. The dictionaries have keys, user ID, so on, so. So hopefully, and then this is what that might look like in XML. Okay. Now I don't know about you, but that already looks much more complicated and has a lot more stuff to try and understand. So that's the simple reason for people using JSON over XML.
Well, thank you for explaining that.
No problem. Any other questions on that?
Nope. They're still on about browser wars.
Okay. In that case, I'll move you on to the breakout for this. So the breakout for this one is I want you to go and look at a rather nice service called paste.ee. You've seen Pastebin and things quite a lot. I'm going to start using this one, I think, so I quite like it. So you can make an account, you can put stuff in. What I like about it is it has an API, so you can actually list all of your pastes. You can make pastes on there, and it's really nicely documented. Okay, so you can look through here and you can see, well, this is how you could do it with curl. But we want to do this with Python. So for now, you're actually going to be using, this is probably not allowed, but I'm going to change this later. You're going to be using my application key for now. If you want to make your own, then you're perfectly welcome to do it. I'll talk you through the code. You can see it's not complicated. The important thing is this. There is a key which identifies that this is a valid user. Well, ideally, you would make your own, but I'm going to let you use mine for now because it's a bit simpler. And we're only going to do this once, and then it'll be changed after the session. You have this key. You've got headers equals, and then you've got this auth token, so that goes into the request. And then when you make a request, this bit here, headers equals headers, means that it's passing along this key as a token for authentication. And then we're going to print out all of the keys and the data that come back. So if I run this first, show you what it does. I'll call it grabber.
How do they get the key, James? You're a bit quick.
It's on the notes thing, so okay. The same place that the notes always go. So we'll get to that. You'll have the link if you don't have it already. But let me show you the stuff running first. Python 3. .py, and you can see this is the raw data. So there's the ID, description, example paste, views 1, created at, and then you get the date. And you can see first page URL from 1, last page, next page. There's all kinds of things going on here, but essentially you're getting the data out of that that thing. So you've got a bunch of keys, but one of them is a list of things, and you can see there is an ID for it here, S490Y. Your breakout is to try and modify the code so that you get the contents of that paste. So what you want to do is you want to go to here, authentication, well, that's done. Listing paste, that's the one we've just done. Submit a new paste, don't need to do that one. But get a paste, okay, that's the URL, that's where the ID goes. Can you work out how to use requests library to fetch that paste? Okay. Okay. I've got to work out how to give you that link. Maybe I can just okay. Thank you, Adam.
I don't know if that's I don't know if that's the right one, but
it is the right one. Oh no, I clicked it. It's going to fire up Chrome now. Oh. That seems all right now, actually. So yeah, the code is here.
Near the bottom.
There we go. So here's the documentation. There's the code. If you find that really easy, then modify it to list paste, then ask the user to select which one. You definitely should make your own key at this point. And if you can do that really easily, then why not create a command line tool that can submit pastes? That would actually be quite a useful thing to have, be able to use paste bin directly from the command line. So at some point when I've got time, which is not going to be ever, but when that never happens, what I'm going to do is write something so that I can just launch stuff into there from inside Emacs and pop up a little thing on the screen with the URL so that you can just go, I can do stuff here and then just maybe just pop it up for you to go and have a look at or download. So that'd be quite handy. But have a go at it, have a play. If you do want to actually make your own key, this is how you do it. So paste.ee. You're going to go and make yourself an account. So I have one already, so I will log in. So click on your account, and you can see there we've got an example paste. That's the one that you're going to be looking at or trying to get a hold of. If you go to API, you can add applications. So I've made one called Grabber here. You then say, right, you want to create one. So you're going to add one. I'll make a new one here. So we'll call this one Grabber 2. Don't need to put anything in the next box. So Grabber 2 is there. You have a developer key, but you also need to have an application key. And so this is the one that we need. So you click here and then you say, right, I want to, no, not regenerate key. How do I do this now? Grabber 2. Authorization page. Are you sure you wish to allow the application Grabber 2 to access your account? Yes, access all pastes. And it can create pastes, submit, and then we get that key, and that's it, that's done. So you can see Grabber 2 now also has a key that can be used. Okay, so I'm going to delete this one now. And delete that as well. So you will be using my key by default, although I recommend that you try this for yourself if you go into the challenge task. But other than that, you should be able to work it out. Okay, so look at what's there already. Yeah, if you look at the code here. Just run stuff. Yeah. About 5 seconds, but just right click. So if you look at the code, this bit here you can leave as is because that's just setting up that key. This request is asking for the full set of pastes. So you want to look at the documentation, which you've got here. So pastes, listing them, that's the one that we've already got. So you've seen this working, it's a get request to there. Get a particular paste is a get request to there, and it just has the ID on it. So it shouldn't be a difficult thing to do. It's a very small change that you need to make, but try it out. It'll be, for many of you, I know, the first experience of really interacting with the remote service, but try it, because after this week, once the coursework's submitted on Friday, the next project, and we'll be working on it over the next few weeks, is we're going to build an exfiltration tool, okay? And it's going to do this by using HTTP requests. One of the ways that people stop people stealing stuff from their network or getting stuff into their network is by not letting anything suspicious go past. Suspicious can be defined in various ways, but one of the things that you do is say, well, if we assume everything is suspicious, what is normal? What do we expect people to do? And if you expect people to be able to browse the web and don't really want to try and blacklist or whitelist every particular website, what you would do is you would say, well, the web is fine on the whole, so leave that, but don't allow SSH, don't allow other ports. And so if you wanted to get stuff out of a network like that, you might not be able to get it to connect to, your Netcat listener, on port 4444 or whatever. And if you tried to get it to go to, your port 80, which is where your web server might run, but the firewall looks and does some inspection and realizes that that's not the handshake for a web server, that might also get dropped. So what we're going to do is we're going to be building one tool that will act almost like a web server, but is actually there to collect data coming from something else, and another tool that we can use inside the network, which will turn the things that we want to send out into HTTP requests. Okay, so we're going to be using this kind of stuff quite a lot. Right, any questions?
Is that a little bit like the harvester tool used in Kali?
I don't know.
Okay, never mind then.
I'm trying to think. Let's have a look. Mr. Dudley. Gathering, no, it's not. Sorry, I have to make sure. Email surveys houses are from different public sources. So this is like an OSINT gathering tool.
Yeah.
So we're looking at exfiltration. So if I see if we can get the whiteboard up on here. Something went wrong. Great. It's really helpful. Just try it one more time. Okay, so can you all see the whiteboard?
I can't, but my Teams is semi-froze. Anybody else?
I can see.
Yeah,
and they can draw on it apparently.
It says other participants can edit is off, but apparently that doesn't work. But anyway, but let's go through and let's try. Okay, so let's say we have two machines and a network edge is being inspected by the firewall. If we try to get from this that we've compromised, get some data out, we need to think about what's going to get seen as it passes across the edge of this network. Okay, now if what's seen is some encrypted data going to some random port, that might well look suspicious enough for us to turn this connection out. Right, so just say, right, no, not allowed it, get dropped or blocked. However, we do expect people to be able to go to the web on port 80 and 443 without any difficulty. So what we're going to do is we're going to pretend that we've got a web service in here, and we're going to connect to it using HTTP. But what we're really going to do is we're going to tunnel files out through there, so we can steal some data and we can get it out without anyone realizing that that's what's happening. Okay, so we're going to get it across that line. Make sense? That's for next week. Today, all you need to do is try and retrieve one item. Is that what you see? Okay. Let me share. Let me screenshot.
I was going to say, all you've got to do is refresh that and you will find success. There's a little like refresh, recycle icon in the center.
So this is all that was drawn. It's not particularly brilliant.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll start the breakout session. You can have a go at that. It shouldn't take long. Feel free to take some of the break. In the last one, mostly people asked about coursework. I'm expecting, that it's likely to be the same in this one. So that's fine. But don't forget these exercises. Try them out once the coursework's done. Remember these things are here for a reason, and we'll. Similar. It's probably going to take you 5 minutes, but you might take longer, to look around and try stuff out. But if you don't do it today, just try it another time. Okay, makes sense, I think. Hopefully.
Yeah. When are we back in the room?
So shall we say that we'll spend 15 minutes on this? Well, I say 10 minutes on this. It shouldn't take much more than that, and have time for a break. So if we're back in the room for like 10 to for any global questions, but at the same time, if anyone has any coursework questions, feel free to be asking those as well, because this is a little one rather than a big breakout. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Okay. Right. I will be switching into Troop 1.
Where am I? Number 3. Number 3. Come in, number 3. Your time is up.
Okie doke.
Is everyone back, or are we missing a few people?
It's really hard to tell because I think people still show as being a participant. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe there are people waiting to come in.
I just opened another call separately, so it puts the previous one on hold.
Yeah,
that's what I do
I just
instead of
realised that-
exiting one.
which is exactly what I do, but I've just realised that that might not be what everyone does, so I can't use the participant list to try and gauge it. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start now because we're in the recorded part anyway. So if people come back, then yeah, they can pick this up from the recording. I'm going to have a look at how we might actually make that breakout work because I think it's useful. Just close this stuff. Feeling more paranoid about tabs now taking too much memory.
I find that most of the time it's not really that much of a problem, and for tabs, most of the time.
It seems to just use the memory anyway, whether you got tabs open or not. But anyway.
Yeah. I find that it's more instances of a browser that actually uses more memory than tabs.
Yeah. So normally, I mean, you've all seen, how many tabs I tend to have open, but today I'm feeling a bit paranoid about it because of it causing all those difficulties earlier. Okay, so how would we actually make this work? This URL that the API says we use to get specific paste. And if you look, it's identical to what we had, except we put a paste ID on the end. Okay, so for now, let's just look at that running because we want to get the data out. And look, that's the ID that we need. So what we can do is we can go here and put that information on the end, although we can if actually put it in the right clipboard. And hopefully, what we get back now is actually the content. So let's just do that in a smaller terminal. Still too wide. So this is a problem. I actually did this originally on a much higher resolution screen, so it would.
Is this supposed to be some kind of ASCII art, or am I missing something?
Yeah, it is, but it's unfortunately too big for the screen. I just realised that I did this on a 4K screen with a very tiny terminal, and then forgot that we wouldn't be doing that now. So let me just see if I can. It's just not going to do it, is it? Damn it. Okay.
I had exactly the opposite problem, James, where remember the thing from ALL, the penetration testing toolkit, the one that I wrote with the parallax scrolling and all of that cool stuff, doesn't work anymore because the resolutions do not like, it was specifically coded for like 80 characters by 40, and it goes mad, which is a shame because that was fun.
Well, I think I can make this one work. I say my favourite terminal was Kitty Term, but the trouble is, it doesn't work well on a 4K screen because it doesn't draw fast enough. So you can actually appreciably notice when it's in 4K. You just do not want to be using that thing.
Well, I'll tell you, not getting another 4K screen for the laptop because I think
everything needs to be in 4K.
I can't be coping with terminal windows being like that big. You know what I mean? Can't be coping with it. It's horrible.
So the trouble is now I've made it so small I can't see what I'm I'm looking at. So I'm trying to, if you look, what comes out is we get a paste object, and we can convert that into a dictionary. So it has an ID, tells you it's encrypted, it has a description, blah, blah, blah. It's also got these sections, which then has each of the actual contents part in it. And one of those is content, but for some reason I'm not getting that out. So I want to see what the keys are. Okay, so we have the paste first. It has sections. And lots of nested lists and dictionaries. But there we go. Right, so hey, I trolled myself a bit with that. There we go. So right click screen, and once we actually extract the content, so this was the actual content, but wasn't displayed nicely. So what I've done is I've gone in, and if you look at the structure of the data that comes out, so for example, if we just did, we've got this print data. Comment out the rest for now. What you get is a dictionary which has an item paste in it, and that value is another dictionary which has an ID and blah blah blah. One of the keys in there is sections. That is a list. We want the first one in there, so that's the 0th part of it. And then each one of those section index places is another dictionary, and the thing in there that has the actual contents is called contents. So in the code,
is that nested dictionaries?
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's a dictionary where we've got inside it a dictionary which has something called sections, which has got a list, and inside the list each item is a dictionary, and inside the dictionaries there's a key called contents, which has the actual contents in it. Okay.
I didn't even think that was possible.
Yeah, it's if you think about the kind of data structures that we're talking about, it makes sense. And what we can do is we can probably copy and paste this. So, I'm never sure different terminals whether I'm doing the right keys. So I'm putting a JSON pretty printer. So pretty printer is just something that tidies up your stuff. No, not that. Let's do it in here.
While you're on pretty printers, Firefox and Chrome, I think, now gives you the option to pretty print minimalized JavaScript in the browser, which is a lifesaver.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I don't know how new it is, but I noticed it when I was looking at something, debugging something. Yeah, that'll do. So quite a cool function.
Expected string. Does it not like about it? Doesn't like the quotes. That's really helpful. Claim to be the best pretty printer online. I don't think it is.
It's instantly told you no.
There you go. So that's what this one can do it. So what you get is this. So it's like an object. You've got a dictionary, and inside that, you've got a key paste and a key for success. So success true, that's fine. And then the actual paste that we've pulled down, so that's the thing from the paste bin, is this, and that has an ID, whether it's encrypted, it's got a description, it's got how many times it's been viewed, when it was created, when it expires, and then it's got a number of sections. Each of those is another dictionary. So you can see it's a list of them there, and there's only one in there because there's only one section to it. And that's got an ID, it's got it's a syntax, so it can have different syntax highlighting for different things. It's got a name for itself, and it's also got contents and a size. So we were just pulling those things out.
So is that using the dictionary like markup, so to
Yes.
speak?
Yeah, and that's exactly what JSON is. So that's what it's the JavaScript object notation. It's basically just valid JavaScript, but only the dictionaries and lists bit. Everything else just fits into it, because it's just data then, and it's become a sort of a standard. It works really well for sending stuff to web pages and stuff because you can just eval it in Java. And I was showing people the timetable system before, but just copy paste and do it in. Just going back to this, if we went to 4061. Like this, down at the bottom, you see all of this stuff. This is just JSON. Now, the timetabling system helpfully loads all of it in one go rather than having a callback for it, but that's a different issue. Okay. Any questions? I had fewer questions about coursework than I expected today.
I think it's because we have kind of gone over a lot of them already, haven't we? But
yeah,
I do have one coursework question.
go on now.
Just the one. The report to be written in the third person or as first person, or does it not matter?
Ideally, third person passive voice, right? So if you can do it, do it. And if you doesn't work for some reason, think about the way you're doing it. But it's not at the end of the world if you don't. But try and make it work because this is what you're going to be expected to do by the end of the course. There are occasions when it works better the other way around. If it's something very personal, you want to talk about how you felt about things. If you ever find yourself saying the author of this report found this to be enjoyable, the author of this report is then you've probably gone too far. If it's got to refer to you and what you want, then first person. But other than that, it would be an algorithm was chosen based on these criteria. You're not even saying someone chose them, just that it happened, right? And that's the passive voice part of it.
Brilliant, thank you for that.
No problem. Omar, no, not a problem not to have references if you don't need them. Hold on. Mahin is there anything I need to do with the repo of the course? So just make sure it's private and I'm added, which you've already said. So now that's about it. And make sure I can see your check-ins and things. How do you link to them? So I can show you that now if you like. You just go to your repository. So let's say Brute Campbell. So let's say this one's mine. So here we are. We want to look for a particular version of it. So you can see here the last time I edited this was 16 days ago. So you're going to want your last check-in for this stuff. Okay. So what you do is you look for. Let me zoom out a little bit. See where I am. You can look here. You've got your most recent ID here. Okay. So if you click on that, it actually takes you directly to that commit. So this is a good way to show the last point that you're at. We can do tagging and things, but we haven't got into it yet, and I didn't want to make it any more of a complication than it needs to be at the moment. We will get into that stuff at some point on the course, but for now, this is the way to do it. So you just show me what's the last commit that you did, and I'll work the rest out from there. Okay, so this would be the link that I want from you.
There's a couple of other questions that I've been finding. Oh, wait a minute. I've just lost them again. How terrible is that? How do I make Word document into a PDF? Literally, it's just export PDF.
Yeah.
There's an export button in Word, so that's not a problem at all. If you get stuck, you know where we are. Is Harvard referencing okay? Coventry's APA referencing is basically Harvard referencing. I'm not sure what the difference is.
There's a comma somewhere. Just use the APA one. That is what we're supposed to use. You might as well get into it now.
There's quite a bit of a
James,
difference between the referencing and
I did
Harvard.
have a query on this, and just to be clear of what I said on Discord, because I'm not sure, there are people who did the foundation year, right, and they have done Coventry, Harvard, CU Harvard.
Okay.
Haven't they? So if you, I would imagine I haven't got an answer back from anyone, but I would imagine the same rules apply as our second and third years who are allowed to use the system.
It probably does. Or that I hope they're not intending to keep that for the next 3 years, because that's going to be crazy that we have to like go, well, were you on a foundation course? If you're on a foundation course, you can use this.
Yeah.
If you weren't, you have to use that, when it's just as easy to use one or the other.
I mean,
at the same time, and I probably shouldn't say this on record, but I'm going to anyway. I'm not actually going to be checking the references that hard. Like if it's in Harvard or APA for this coursework, that will be fine. If it's obviously neither of those and it's something weird, then I'm again, that's not appropriate. It's going to be one of the official ones. But I'm not going to be, if you're on a foundation or not on a foundation, I'm not going to be going and checking the records. And they are functionally identical as far as I'm concerned anyway. There's not really a big difference between them. So, I would say do APA, because that's what's going to be. All the documentation is going to end up changing to APA for the next 3 years. You're going to be asked to put stuff into APA. So use APA. If for some reason you want to use Harvard for this and you'll do APA later, well, okay, but there's just no reason not to use APA. It's.
So does that mean that IEEE is not allowed?
IEEE. Anything that looks close enough to APA is probably going to be fine at this point, but no, it's not allowed. I'm just not going to be checking as closely as I would need to for some of them. So APA to Harvard, don't care. If you end up with like just numbered references, then I won't be quite so lenient.
Do we need to include a bibliography in the report? If you reference something in your coursework, then yeah, you need to have a bibliography of your stuff. What kind of tests do they need to do? How many tests do they need to do? And do they need to test every single one of the tasks?
There is no number on the tests. It's test what you need to test. Faisal, I will look at your stuff. I've got other meetings to jump into after this one, but I will look later, don't worry.
Do you need to run off now, James? Because it's 4 minutes past.
I do. I'm just trying to catch anything. Yes, so James, I personally think you don't necessarily need to reference anything to get a good mark in this coursework. It is purely about, look, I did my code, it does the stuff, this is what I thought about when I was doing it. And I suppose in that bit, you might want to refer to places you got information from. That's where you might use a reference. And if you don't, if you just explain it, from your view, sorry, my dog just got startled when we were in the chair, then you don't need it. But if you do refer to something, use a reference.
You don't have to reference any of the material that we've provided us, especially James's original repo. You don't need to reference that.
Yeah.
I should be able to catch most of the other questions anyway, James. If you need to run off, mate.
Brilliant. Thank you. Right. Take care, everyone. I'll see you later.
Take care. Is screenshots okay for evidence of the commits? I mean, you shouldn't need any screenshots in there at all. The evidence of commits that you should have, the evidence of committing is the repo itself, which you'll be adding James to anyway. So you shouldn't need any screenshots of anything. In fact, avoid screenshots of any kind where you can possibly manage it. If we have a lot of text in brackets in our coursework writing, should we stop? Yeah, you shouldn't really have a whole lot of stuff in brackets. If it's in brackets, then you're almost trying to cheat the word count, which you don't need to do. So, the word count is a guideline. So you shouldn't really. And I mean, that obviously doesn't include code, right? If code needs brackets, then you should be copy and pasting code directly with the prettifying stuff that we've already showed you. Converting .docs to .pdf, anyone wants it? Okay, Adam's hooked you guys up.
Simran, just to pick your one up. So you were asking about referencing Planet B. So that is a tool that you use. So you don't need to reference it. You're not using it as a source of material. Nav, I'll go and fish my painting down quickly. Hold on. Adam's done house tours. I'll do.
Yeah, you'll do painting. You'll add some culture, shall you? Okay. Yeah. So, where can you find resources to help make tests? That's all in PyTest. Kieran, you're on camera, so Move. For fuck's sake, honestly. I mean, no swearing. It's not a problem if you don't have references. If you don't have references, then, well, that is a cool picture.
Yeah, mate, well, I've shown you my house, haven't I?
I have, yeah, I've seen it indeed. Yeah, I didn't want to give nothing away, so. But I mean, that
It
is
is
a cool
awesome.
picture.
I have told my group I'll do a tour next week when I've got my phone, and I've put me washing away because, like, you can see me dirty socks over your shoulder as well.
I was going to say, I just took them on a tour with my washing up and everything. Like,
Daniel, are you gonna charge for the house viewing like Adam did earlier? With the contributions gone to me.
I'll put you in charge of that, right?
Thank you.
10% commission, yeah? 10% commission.
30%, but yeah, it's the same thing. It's just...
We'll talk about that later, yeah?
Right. Yeah. Any more questions, guys? Remember, if you do have any more questions, like, feel free to message us direct. It's not a problem. Hopefully you guys are pretty clear on the fact that, you know, what you need to reference, how referencing works, the fact that the word count is an approximation.
Well, my issues were raised at the beginning, and that was about something a lot more technical and complicated and messing things up slightly. Daniel said he might know someone that can help, so that's good.
Yeah, for sure. Greg.
Yeah,
Greg.
I've spoken to him, Adam. I'll ping you a message and we'll sort something out. So
Okay, great.
He's happy to talk to you. We'll get something sorted. But he's a WSL god.
No, that's good, because I'd love to be able to get WSL working alongside VMs in like themselves, but I don't think that's going to happen from what I've read.
Well, hold on. Oh, that's my camera. I mean, no, that is. I don't know about your setup, but look. So I've got VM, I've got WSL running in here. So this is all working nicely for me. So it's doable, but your mileage may vary. So as I say, Greg will sort that out. Let's not hijack this conversation.
Okay, so by guys that are leaving, for those of you that are staying, I've got a question here that is about referencing and how to reference, essentially, right? So if you use a website and you specifically use that website in making a statement inside your coursework, right? So if you say, this is the way that I've done my coding style because of this Python documentation, right? You're still sharing your screen, by the way, Dan. If you make a statement like that, then you've made a statement. You should reference it in line, and then in your bibliography at the end, there should be a APA-styled bibliography entry to that website, right? That's exactly how it should be done. Like, if you're just swinging by websites generally and just having a look for stuff, if you used it to come up with a solution, you don't necessarily have to reference it. It's more if you make a statement inside your coursework, then you should have a reference for it, and that reference should be in the bibliography. Does that make sense?
So Adam, if you've, like what Simran asked earlier, if you've used Planet B, for example, copy and paste, does that need referencing, or is that okay?
Nope, you don't need to reference that.
No, that's perfect. Thank you.
If you use James's template, don't need to reference that. If you've used YouTube sites, right, to get some idea of how to do your for loops, or maybe you wanted an extra explanation, you don't have to reference that. Okay.
What if I've took a bit of James' code and just made a slight little modification to it? Shall I reference that as well? It wasn't part of the task. Oh no, that's fine. Brilliant.
No,
okay.
because we probably gave it to you as part of one of the sessions, right? So you can talk about it.
My general way of thinking about it is that if you state a fact, it has to reference where that fact came from.
Yep,
So any sort of factual based statement has to say where it came from, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So, James, your thing about referencing the websites generally because you're swinging past them, right? You might want to put that as if you've got a bibliography, which is stuff you've read, right? But maybe you're not directly taking from. There's a slight difference between bibliography and references. But if you're just swinging past and using them, that's cool, all right? If you've got it open, terminal windows side by side when you're writing, right, then it's likely you'll want to reference it because no matter how hard you try, you are gonna be taking that text. So if you are taking text from anywhere else, that needs referencing, right? That's the key point there, unless it's given to you as part of the coursework or stuff like that.
Or supplying documentation and things, yeah.
Certainly, if you've copy and pasted anything then into your document, then you want a good think about referencing it.
Amrit, exactly the same reasoning. Depends what you use Stack Overflow for.
Yeah.
You know, if you swung by for, you know, a learning experience, that is very different than if you copy and pasted stuff and then, does that make sense?
I think if you used Stack Overflow to help find a solution to a problem, would that have to be referenced?
No.
I don't think it would be.
So if you were using it to point you in the right direction for a problem, that's fine. You don't need to reference it. But if you start copying and pasting the code into something, that's
exactly it.
Really, like, this isn't quite right. But if you copy and paste anything, you need to cite it, right? Yeah. Definitely, if you copy and paste anything, it needs citing, right? If you've got, it's interesting with swinging by, because like you can swing by and work, and if you've got two windows open, you're kind of copying and pasting even though, so it's probably worthwhile having a good think about referencing it just to be sure. But that's that. Hayden, no. So when it comes to, okay, not at the moment. Let's put it that way. When it comes to using bits of source code, right, or using functions from a library, you probably don't need to reference them, right? Because you can assume certainly if it's a Python standard library, but James and I will know about it, or whoever's marking it will know about it. If you start using a function from Adam's favorite thing, NumPy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you might want to reference NumPy as part of your doc. So the numeric Python libraries, I've used the NumPy library citation to point people to it, but then each function you don't need to reference, right? You don't say, I used function X for NumPy, because that will be apparent. Does that make sense, Hayden? So yeah, specific Python functions, no need to reference the docs because you can assume that we will know about it.
Yeah.
Right.
And it still stands what Nav said. Like he might have taken code directly from James's stuff, but that's code that we provided. Ergo, you don't need to reference it. Yeah.
Not mentions of sites need to be. No, if you haven't mentioned it, if you've just used it to point you in the right direction, you don't need to directly reference it.
Yeah.
Adam, Daniel, thank you to both of you, and both hope you have a good day.
No worries.
And you?
No
Anytime,
worries,
Nav, you know that.
Have a great day, mate.
Thank you very much. See you later, everyone. Have a good day.
I will.
Take care. Any more last minute questions? Because I've already sworn at my brother for turning up too early.
Have you?
Poor guy. Yeah. On a recording.
My mum turned up halfway through one of my lectures once. Like, she turned up early, and I was like, "What are you doing, Mum?" Like,
it turns out the announcement is actually at 4. So if anyone wants to catch that, they can. It's at 4.
Oh, the graphics
not 5.
Cool.
Yeah,
graphics cards.
If you want to
Right.
catch
I'm looking
Andy's-
forward to it. I think it's going to be good.
Adam, I'm going to get on. Guys, folks, even I should stop calling people guys.
We mean it gender generically, but yeah.
We do, but there was a really good piece, and I do honestly try not
Yeah.
to do it.
Yeah.
But there was a really good piece that I was reading in the Guardian yesterday about it. James, anything important to say about using Pretty Print to properly format source code? So, are you talking about Pretty Print like Planet B, or are you talking the built-in Pretty Print function? Just out of interest.
Yeah. Agnes, which pullover are you talking about? Are you talking about this pullover? Like. This one specifically, I got from Giacomo. Thank you. I like to think so. Geniuses pick green as well, apparently.
Yeah, well,
it's all right.
What I'd say, James, sorry, is that make your source code readable. So use Planet B if you're pasting it into your documentation. Right? Have I got something that's open that will show you how hideous it is? Probably.
I do my best to write it readable as well, as best as I can.
So, and you know, if you've got lists and things, trying to make them look respectable is a good thing, right? Because it just helps people see what's going on inside of your code. So that's what I would say with that. Yeah. So use.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello. I'd like to basically. Do you know what? Let me try and get it up again. It's with linking the repository to the documentation. Please help with that.
Linking the repository to the documentation. How do you mean?
Basically, there's a section where it says a link to your repository. So I've been looking on the GitHub, and I'm trying to find the link for the repository.
I'll show you. Hold on. Okay. Have I got a GitHub open? I must have a GitHub open. It's be a rare day that I haven't got a GitHub open.
I was going to say it's an impossible day where you don't at least have one GitHub.
There we go.
Open.
Okay, so that's one of my things. So you can do this link up here because that will take James to it anyway. So you can give him the URL.
Yep.
Right. But what he was also asking for is the hash of your most recent commit. Right?
Okay.
He was asking for that number. So if you click on just before you submit, you can click on this and you'll get a commit hash, right?
Yeah.
So what you could do, I'm sure he'll be okay with this. I would be okay with it. Is give him that whole thing. So if you do, let's go back to. I'll pick any old repository. Hold on. Let's just pick something else. 4061. So James's stuff, right?
Yeah.
Hit the commit hash. So that is last commit, and you can see there's this number here. Hit that, copy that link in, paste it in, and that will give him the last commit that you made, and he'll be able to work it all. He should be able to work it all out from there.
Okay. So is it only that link that we just need?
Yeah, that's what I would do. For like safety's sake, you could paste that one in, which is your direct link to the repository.
Yep.
And then grab the hash just to let him know which one's the last commit.
Okay.
Got it. If you need a sanity check, you know where we are, right?
Yeah.
We can talk you through it again. It's fine.
Okay. Thank you so much.
But yeah, Dan's basically saying like you can either take the URL with both of them attached, right? Because when you click on that hash, you do get both of them in the URL, or do them separately, but make sure there is like you can send it to me and I'll go, so where's your hash? Or I'll go, that's that's the whole one, right? I can tell you that for sure. All right. So
okay, thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. So James, back to your question. So all you've got to do is you copy your code and you paste it into Planet B, and then basically hit go, and it will turn it into wonderful, fully formatted Python code that you can then copy and paste straight into your Word document. We went over it in week 6, so you can always go and watch like some of the videos from week 6. It'll be on there. But if you really do still get stuck, then let me know and we can do a little one-to-one session and I can show you how to click some buttons. All right. Any more questions? Right, I'm gonna.
How good are people's knowledge with C++?
It was the language that I started in, but I've gotten rusty. So it depends on what you want to do. If you want to do like graphics processing stuff, I'm not too shabby at it, but my style is a bit old. I think the last time I
trying
coded
to use it for the project, and you know where you're supposed to effectively interact with the binary for it. I can run the binary, but I can't seem to find how to send and receive data. Does that make sense?
Not quite.
So I can't send commands to the binary, the running binary, and I can't receive anything from it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you can compile it, you can do all of that stuff, but then when you run it, it doesn't play ball with you, no?
That's what I'm trying to say.
I think Dan's got Dan did his hand thing, so I think he's got no.
Just like, so it's gonna be, how are you firing up the binary? Are you firing it up as like a sub process or something?
Sort of. I'm just using system to run it.
So I don't think you can communicate with a system process. Hold on.
Because I've tried. I started trying other methods by using what's it called? Fork and whatever the hell it is with it. I tried starting with that, and that just was a pain in the ass. But I couldn't seem to find a way to, like I said, kind of send and receive, interactions with the running file, the running binary, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm not even. I was searching for like hours, and I wasn't sure if there's actually a way to do it, which makes me worried I might have to rewrite it in Python.
Yeah, no, you can. That's one. So you can write to the standard input of a command. I thought I'd remember what it was. Don't ask me how to use it because it's been a while. But the popen command will open a process and open some pipes that you can talk to and from. But it's been a while since I've written anything in it. Like, I just tend to use system because I'm only writing exploits, right?
Yeah.
So, or I'm only writing things to break. But popen, you can then talk to the process. So hang on, C popen.
Right, I've got some private messages to get to, and nothing else is jumping up in chat. So I will see you guys later. Ciao for now.
I'm gonna get on too. Let me just post that last blog
I'll
post.
see some of you guys Friday, if not before next week. All right. Ciao for now.
Cheers, Adam, mate.
Bye bye.
Right, so there's some stuff about popen, Adam. I've got to get onto my next thing as well. But thank you very much, guys, and I'll talk to you on Teams as I'm in and out of my next thing. But that's at past. So, and I need a break. 5 minutes. I need 5 minutes to myself. Yeah. But popen will sort you out, Adam. I think.
Hopefully.
I'm pretty sure it will.
I saw it, but I couldn't understand how to get it working immediately, so I kind of looked at something else.
There's named pipes, and you have 2 pipes, and you can send the data forwards and backwards using them. But I cannot remember quite how to do it. Hold on. Let's see.
I'm hoping that will work.
It should do. It should do. No, that's that. That's that. That's that.
It will take a while for me to implement it, to see if it will work, but hopefully it will work.
got the mode and you pass it the pipes and you're done. But I actually want to find some code that's got it running. Hey, I've just won an award. Yeah. Okay, that's actually got a minimal working example attached to it. So I'll drop that in there for you as well. So it's using grep, but if you know with a binaries you're talking to, you can use that to run with it. Yeah.
Oh god, that looks like a little bit of work. Okay.
Yep. Right, enjoy. I'm going to get on to my next meeting. And I will keep hassling you in between, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't forget to get me in contact with that.
With Greg.
WSL.
I know. I'll sort Greg out in a moment, right?
All right.
So, okay, Adam. Catch you guys in a bit. Thank you,
See ya.
folks, people. Yeah. See you in a mo.
Bye. It's C and C++ for my way of doing the coursework, because I decided to do it in C++ instead of Python. Don't know why, just for a challenge. Nah, I'm not that keen on Python. I mean, it's good. I like it for like quick, short programs that with minimal functionality that I can just write up really, really quick. But for something else, I'd prefer to use something a bit more powerful, personally. Wait, James, are you using C# then or something? I'm gonna head off. Bye.